Hello. Let's see. Live in the morning for the first time in a while. Live in the morning. But it's not due to getting up early, it's rather due to staying up all night. I'll try to stream until 4 p.m. And hopefully I can sleep properly tonight and fix my schedule again. It would be awesome. I remember the player barely moved in the X direction with the new script, so the movement distance available is probably not updating correctly. Could test this quite easily. It is also multiplying by the clamp, the movement, by delta. But the clamp movement already uses delta, so that's not correct either. Let's just take a look at this first. Okay, that fixed the first part. I was applying delta twice. Now for the collision part. We can see the voxels, the world voxels, that it's calculating for the player start position and position of movement. I imagine there can be two reasons for the error. That it doesn't collide. One is that it's movement distance available should be first set to 0. Question is, does this break get out of all of this, or does it get out of only the first one? Did that only exit the X loop? And we should probably also check if there's no solid block. Only then do we allow the movement to increase. And next up we can break out of everything once we find one solid block. Okay. At this moment, the question is, do we ever find a solid block? Movement does have debug mode on, so in fact we don't only have that we don't find a solid block, we also don't find an error block.
My friend, you can ask for if you are running debug mode.
You can ask for if you're running debug mode. I have a...
OMG, I'm a deep TDS voice.
Yes, you are. I have a boolean that I trigger for debug mode.
Six seven woo.
We could do... just print it here. Debugger.
No, you can do, if os.is_debug_build.
Ah, I can do an actual debug build like that.
It knows if you run debugger or exported.
Min, max, min, max, min, max. Solid block starts as false. If OS is debug build. Ah, I see what you mean. So then it will print if I start it from the editor. If I start the game from the Godot engine here.
Yep.
Okay. Not quite what I want because
Use it all the time. I hide /show UI and exclude certain parts of my overlay, like OBS scene switching, from my debug builds.
okay. It's good to know about it, but for these print statements I'm gonna keep a boolean so I can turn them off. And not flood the code like this when I look at some other debugging. Now I don't have to delete the print statements in case I want to debug the same code later. I can just
Because
turn
you
it
want
off.
specific parts to debug, I guess?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want to debug this script only right now. So it seems like the for loop down here never runs because it doesn't print. It's probably some of these ranges that are not acceptable. How does this one look, for example? Voxel main set, it's I think I know what's going on. If one of these if one of these doesn't have different ranges, then it's gonna skip everything, I guess. Like if, for example, now the X value here
When
is
does solid_block_found get updated?
it's
Cause it instantly breaks the loop in line 405.
yeah, I just added that one. It gets updated in when it's looping through the X positions, like basically.
But that means you don't execute the loop at all.
I found why the loop doesn't run. It's because the X positions are on the min and the max were both 7, so it's not gonna loop a single time. Which...
What is that min/max thing for exactly?
It's the range of blocks that the player is gonna touch if he executes his full movement. But what I can see here is that the X min and max, it's always the same. Even when I transition blocks. So there's something wrong with the range of the X here.
Yay, how's it going?
Yo, Kurt. I'm just continue where I left off like a couple of days ago. So I'm trying to make colliders work for the player against voxels. I had to rewrite my movement script because it was using move and slide, which uses physics colliders. And right now, I'm trying to figure out why the...
At QRT42 Conide 1 wave.
Right now, I'm trying to figure out why the X position is being silly. But this might be the
You
end
reverted
position.
back to desktop audio, no?
Yes. I do have the specific audios, so I can put them on if I want to, but I have the desktop audio as active right now without anything else. So start position, end position. Yeah, I suppose the end position offset has to use the positive voxel collider half. Yeah. But the sign might flip depending on the velocity. Maybe that's it. So So I have this square, which contains basically the player collider. This is the min corner, this is the max corner. So if the player is in front of these two blocks, with y1 and y2, then y min will be 1, y max will be 2. Minus half the collider brings us down here, plus half the collider brings us up here. Max. This is minus. minus x is the start and plus x is the end. That should be the same for both of them, I guess. The question is maybe maybe I need to flip the x corners if I'm moving in this direction. I guess that is what I was thinking. Okay. If I'm moving minus x, then the end position should be at minus x. So it should be like this. When we're moving in the x direction. See if we get some better updates now. Okay, now we get some different values for x here. And is it gonna detect collisions? No. Okay, one step further. At least we got the voxels. Voxel range correct, I think. You could also see if the x, like the number of voxels calculated in the movement, should increase if we get a larger movement. Like we should span more blocks if we have a very large movement. I'm not sure how high the movement needs to be for us to span actually 2 blocks in a single frame though. That's probably really high. Yeah, it's... Actually, the X position ended up being the same now when we moved really fast, so maybe it's... Maybe the logic here was wrong after all. If the player velocity is... this is... The second one is the positive one. Okay. So when we're moving in the negative x direction, then we want the end position to be at the negative x corner. And vice versa. Okay. Now let's see if we can create a gap of 2x sometimes. See. Here we go. Now we got a gap of 2x here. That's good. And it's in the right direction. We're moving positive x here, we can see, because we increase the x every frame. Now these should be correct. It also prints that we actually found error now, so now the ranges did trigger. The question is, did the ranges only trigger once we reached high speeds? No, it did trigger before that as well. Okay. Triggers in this direction, and it triggers in this direction. Okay, so it finds error now. But it doesn't find solid blocks. Okay, so let's try to figure out where it goes wrong when it tries to find solid blocks. Current voxel, okay. So is this gonna run? I guess so, right? Okay, at voxel. Okay. We see our world voxel coordinates is like 15, 16x, and the voxel we're looking at is 32x. It seems like we are adding together. These are doubling the voxels, so that's not what I wanted to do. I understand what happened. Like, I thought that exposition offset was gonna... I thought it was gonna count from integer 0. Even though I did a range from like 5 to 6. I thought that it would start counting at 0 and then 1. Anyways, but now it starts at the voxel range min. So then it should be sufficient to just do it like this then. Oh. I am colliding. Ooh. So it's only set up in the X direction so far, so it's not gonna collide on the neither up or down or the other way. But we can see clearly that once we get far enough down, we do collide in the X direction. Right here I can't move. Trying to get in between these blocks, but I guess it's too tight. Okay. Next step I think I'm gonna do is to see how there is. It's super tight here. I might need a bit bigger blocks if I'm gonna stay in between like one range of blocks like this, or make the collider a little smaller maybe. Yeah, let me show the next thing I'm gonna do. Also, we can run through the floor now because it's not voxels. Because I don't have normal collision. Oh, that's a problem for after. Okay. So this is X direction, I guess. Yeah. I did get one block inside. And that might have to do something with how it finds the chunk itself that it's gonna look through. And it's a bit hard to see what I was gonna show here. Let me actually increase the block size a little bit. Then we can immediately see if it is able to calculate the voxels correctly on different sizes as well. I guess I have to do it on the world. Up at 2, I guess. Update, save it. Is it bigger now? I can't tell. Yeah, maybe it is bigger now. Still can't move much forward or backward here though. Okay. To set direction. Now it's colliding kind of far out, actually. Strange. Okay. It's colliding out here. I wonder what's up with that. I don't think I generated a cube out here. I don't like the... it probably unloads the meshes that are not in sight as well, and they flicker white just when you get them into vision. I don't like that. So like here, I am colliding. But it's not gonna print solid voxel because X is the same. Z is the same. So that's something I have to be careful about, that especially with bigger blocks, we can definitely end up with the voxel range that is 0, that we start and end in the same voxel during our movement. Which skips this altogether. But since this is skipped, I honestly don't understand why the movement is 0. See, movement distance available is set to 0 here. So if everything skips, then it also skips, adding the distance. But then it makes sense. So I guess what I want is to do +1 on these. Because let's say that we are in block like x3. And we haven't moved enough to get out of the block yet. Then we want to check x3, right? Collision in x3. So then the range should be 3 to 4 and with a step of 1. But the range of 3 to 4 will count only 3 then, right? Yes, okay, so it's non-inclusive ranges. We want +1 on these. Good. Okay, so collision works in this direction, but not this one. I guess the range, you have to think a bit different about the range here then. Because for the range that we are, like we have to remember that the voxel for the movement direction we're currently doing flips what is min and max if we flip with the movement direction. Let's see if we can wedge ourselves in here. Okay, now we stop here. We didn't stop. But we did stop here for some reason. Stop here. And we stop here. But we didn't stop on this one. Which could be a sign that it doesn't understand half a block like this. Let's go a little higher. Now it understands it, okay? So only the bottom half works at the moment, I suppose. So the height, Y value, and look here, it does 18 and 19, and then plus 1 of course. But here, here's the problem. We do move. No, this part, the 18, is the problem. Like it thinks of the player as only no, it is 18 and 19 for the min and the max. So we do actually iterate through X first. We want to do X last. We want this one last. I guess it has to be on top then. Okay. Let's try again. Wedge ourselves in here. Oh, we actually have to find like a spot where we have half a block like earlier. Here we do. Okay. Sorry. Get me out. Now we can see when it iterates through the blocks now, it does the Y direction before it does the X. I hope. Let's see. Get me out. Nice. That could be correct that we get to the half of the block. That could make sense. Let's see. So if we are standing in air for the current block we're in the start of the movement is air, we add an entire mining block size to our movement capacity. But that will be wrong, because even if we're standing in air, there could be like 2 millimeters to the next block. We're gonna need like the difference. We're gonna need to know like the player's offset in comparison to the world voxels to calculate the movement remaining on the first block he starts in before he reaches the next block. Global position to world voxel. Do I have world voxel to global position? So basically, if the player is positioned like here, inside the voxel, and is moving to the right, then I need to know this distance. Okay, the distance to the next voxel. And the same when he's moving to the left, I would need to know the distance to the left voxel here. And this is something I only have to account for the first piece of movement. Once I calculated this, then it's either it's stone, you can't move further, or if it's air and you're allowed to move here, then you just add an entire voxel to the movement. It's only the first part that is tricky. This is the position I believe I can get, like the world voxel position. That one I think I can get. And then I just add half a mining block size to get to the edge. Once I have the edge of the voxel, then it should be easy to take like the closest corner from the player's collider over to the edge of the voxel. And that will be the first movement allowed. World origin corner global position. I wonder if I could do like a floor division thing as well, but I'm not sure if that's gonna be cheaper performance wise. Like if I just divide it by the mining block size. whatever. I wonder if this is gonna be correct. Let me think. We have the world position, world origin corner. This is gonna give us the corner of the current voxel in the world position. Yes. So I can do two things. Either I can add half a mining block, because what we are getting from this function right now is the world position of the current voxels minus x minus z minus y corner. Okay. This corner. So either we can add half a mining block in all directions to hit this spot, the middle, or we could work from the corner. Then the function name should also show that we are actually getting the corner. The thing is, I think it's going to be cheaper to get the corner, because then, let's say that we're working on the x-axis. If we're moving in the negative x direction, the corner is what we are interested in as a position. Then we have this wall here. Let's say that we're moving in the positive x direction. Then we add the mining block size to reach this position. It's only one. It is, instead of adding vectors first to get to the middle and then adding separate vectors if we're going left or right. So it's one or two extra calculations. Minimum one extra calculation, maximum two extra calculations if we are going from the center here. Voxel corner to world position. And I guess we can say min corner. Now in our movement, our first block, I guess we can just say X position offsets equals voxel range minimum X. But is that readable code? Not really. I think it's better if we type it out like first block check. Is first block check. Not quite block check though, it's more like plane check. Like we're checking all the Y and Z values on that X position, but so here we're gonna calculate distance to next voxel. It's what we're gonna need. I know many of you guys, at least Stone ID and Kurt, you have been working both in Godot and you've been working as programmers, right? I'm thinking of getting a new keyboard because I have like a wireless keyboard with a lot of input lag right now. Do you think that the numpad is a must-have for programmers? That was my initial thought, that I needed it, while the gaming keyboard I looked at had no numpad. What are your thoughts on that? Do you use numpad a lot when you're coding? Think I might need it. Current voxel world position.
If not A and B. If not A.
If not A and B, if not A. Yes. I think these should be on the second row here. For each X position rotation. Okay.
As a person that's derogatively described as a never nester, I have an uncomfortable feeling looking at 4 tabs next to each other XD.
I see. It's a bit hard with the triple for loop going into each other here. I don't think I usually nest much either. It's just these for loops. I'm not sure how I don't nest those. Because there's X, Y, and Z position, and we're gonna iterate each of those together, you know? Oh. X, Y, and Z position ranges, to be exact.
I'm still not sure what that code exactly does.
This code.
Is it like a range check for collisions?
Kinda, yeah. Like the voxel min and max, that's the player voxel. Like this is the voxel minimum corner and this is the voxel maximum corner. The only difference is that for the maximum corner we also add like the movement direction, so that we move the corner of the max here by our movement. So we're gonna check any block that collide in this total area in the end. This is the movement area. Gonna be a checking
so a
for
bounding
blocks.
box that's stretched by velocity.
Kinda, yeah. And then we just check if we collide with any blocks in that bounding box. And the bounding box stretches either left or right, depending on the movement direction, of course. There's a bit of logic for that as well. Basically, for each voxel that intersects with the bounding box, starting from, like, we're doing one direction at the time. That's important to know first of all. So here we're doing the X direction. That's why it's first here, X. We're checking first all the voxels in the current X position where the player starts, if anyone is solid, by getting the block type on that voxel.
1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, etc.
Yes, except that we're doing X last, but that's the right idea. So we're getting the block type on each voxel position, and we just continue as long as the block is air. But if the block is another type, then it's a solid block, and we stop looping and we say we found a solid block. And basically every time it successfully iterates through all the blocks in one X position offset, then we can increase the allowed movement in the X direction. Because there was no blocks in that space. Solid blocks. And like I said, that the only difference is the first block. The player will start inside the voxel. So for the first block, we have to consider actually just this, to add just this movement size. Not an entire mining block, because then he would end up inside the next block. We don't want that. That's what I'm trying to do right now, trying to get this distance. So I already got the voxel corner. I'm adding it here now. Current voxel, min corner. Okay, so now here we got the current voxel minimum corner world position. If we are moving in the minus X direction, then that is the correct position that we're gonna compare with. If we're moving in the other direction, then we have to add mining block to this position so that we end up on the other side of the voxel. The movement direction we have is stored in the step. I'm not sure if I should make another variable name for this, but X step -1 or 1, depending on movement direction.
So your voxel underscore range underscore max can be smaller than underscore min? Cause it's more negative in space?
For yes, but only for the x direction. When we're or only for the direction we're calculating the movement for. The reason for that is that the voxel min is set by the player's boundary box here. Voxel max is set by the player boundary box here, and this box is basically plus z plus y. But basically, which x side this boundary box? We flip the boundary box if we are moving in the other direction, in like x direction. Let's do only x, okay? So if we are moving this direction, we take away everything. If we are moving in this direction, then the minimum x will be here and the maximum x will be here. But if we are moving and actually plus velocity as well, it will end up like here. And if we are moving the other direction, so here we're moving in this direction, then minimum x ends up as the bigger one, and the max x is then actually the smaller one. Like this is the x direction, right? So this one is smaller than this one in this case. So that we flip the box only on the axis that we are moving in. The two other ones, it will always be the case that it's the max is bigger than the min. It's a bit complicated. Current voxel min corner. Okay, so target x position if x step is -1, just double check here, x step is -1 or 1, yeah? Step is -1, target x position is the minimum corner. Like this. Else if x step is 1, then we're moving in the positive x direction, and our target x position have to be on the other side of the voxel, which will be this plus Chunk manager, mining block size. I did learn something the last time that I coded at night, by the way, Stole 90. Something that you talked about earlier about making classes, that I should do that. So I actually started doing it a little for the block spawner here. Like the block spawner manager, for example, is a class, so that whenever I reference the chunk manager, I'm able to get like pre-written what function names and what kind of variables it takes and stuff while I'm typing the code. So finally, I implemented that somewhere at least. I'll do more and more of that. It's very handy.
Nice.
Yes, finally learned something. Okay, so target exposition. And this is takes so much space. Oh, these names.
Are you aware of solid principles?
Solid principles. I don't know what that is. No. No.
Core idea of OOP.
Guess it looks better like this. I did have some introduction to like object-oriented programming when I did my 1 month of Python. Like, or actually, maybe I had some information about object-oriented programming more than a month. I'm not sure. That's cool. But it's a lot about making things modular, right? Not reusing, not like making the same code many times. Having
the single responsible principle basically states a class should only do one thing, and only that thing.
Oh, really? But I guess you should have like multiple functions in a class still, right? Only that they do similar things, or no? Sounds sounds too much if I'm gonna make a separate node for every function, you know? So
yes,
I guess.
But the creation of chunks is one class, the collision is another thing, etc.
Like that, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Creation, collision. Yeah.
Personally, I think bending the solid principles is fine if you know when.
I see. So I did separate the chunk creator. That
Otherwise,
one is not.
It's a lot of overhead.
Well, this one I didn't make a class, the chunk creator. It's only referenced from the parent though. This one I did make a class. Yeah, the structure of my project is definitely a bit of a mess compared to what it could have been if I had proper class structure from the beginning. I should try to be good with it now that I understand it a little more. Okay, so I think we correctly set the target X position now.
I mean, if you want general code review, I'm happy to help, in my spare time, not right now XD.
Yeah, we could.
If that is something you want.
We could take a look at it someday, indeed. Would be nice to get some teachings. But I must say...
Like first get it working, then I can cherry pick form.
Yeah. We could probably take a look at one of the ones I created recently then. Because I learned a bit from the 45 days that I worked on the project. So day one is probably a bit worse code unless I rewrote it already. Guess I rewrote a lot of code as well. We could take a look someday. Thanks for offering. I'm glad to learn. In order to get the distance to the next voxel exactly, we also have to consider like
No problem, I love telling PPL how wrong they are, Kappa.
Great. See, our end position offset is actually made with velocity, and we don't want that when we're gonna do this calculation I'm doing right now. We might just have to redo this part. Okay, so it's basically gonna be start X position. X side of, what did we call our boundary box? Voxel collider. Corresponding to move. Corresponding to movement direction, I guess. X side of current voxel. Corresponding to movement direction. Okay. And now we can add them in here. Start X position. Let's player global. Plus, if we're moving in the negative x direction, then it's gonna be the minus voxel collider half x. Okay. We're moving in the positive x direction. And we add half the voxel collider x size as the start position. Okay, so we have the start position and the target position. Now we have to keep in mind that the result of the distance could be negative, so we should take the absolute value, I guess. And then difference target position. So I could either set the is first block check like this, or I could have it start as true and then set it to false. And I'm done with this stuff. Keep it like this for now. Okay, so true. Here we won't have access to the. We won't have access to the set and Y position. This part. Well, I guess we can just track current voxel from here. Then we have access to it here as well. And we don't have to update it. Because then the last block we check in the first X position, current voxel, will be passed down here to current voxel. Voxel collider half. Is it plus minus? It doesn't like. No. Start X position. Let's declare it here. This is a float. Player global position. X. We are adding a float, okay. We don't need these. Oh. Seems to work pretty well with the collision finder. Stops exactly at the block edge. Only thing I have to be a bit careful about is that it probably thinks of itself as starting on the solid block when I'm touching it, which immediately triggers the we're at the solid block part. I think adding like an epsilon, like a small value, could be the solution to not count the block we're barely touching. Or we could instead do it down at where we set the position. We could basically set the movement distance available to like a tiny bit less. Because the issue I think we're running into now is when the player edge here is exactly on the edge of the mining block. Then it probably considers itself as starting on the solid block and therefore it can't move. So if I just made the player barely not touch the block, I think it would be solved. Honestly, I think we can just do something like this, to be honest. Seems stupid, but just have the player not be able to move the full distance, I think solves it. Let's make a little space here. Okay. Yeah, you see? That actually solves it. Because now the player isn't starting. Like obviously you can't see it when you're in like third person or first person or whatever. But we are not touching the block. We're not touching the block. We're 0.00001 off the block. We're not touching it. And therefore we're not starting on the solid block. Silly solution, but it works, right? So we just make a comment why we do this. Don't let the player's position overlap with the solid block. This would cause solid block sound to trigger before any movement is applied. There we go. Now I could make tiny adjustments to all of this, like start with the Y position when we're doing the Y position, change all of this to Y and stuff. But this is like ultimate AI food. I'm gonna see if ChatGPT can simply rewrite the exact same function 2 more times, one for Y and one for Z. And then of course it has to take into account things like the start position offset would have to be changed to Y, and it would have to be able to do those calculations correct and stuff. So it might struggle, but yeah, it is definitely AI food. I'm not sure how easy it is to make like one function where you actually take the movement direction in, like especially this part. It would be very difficult to write readable, I think, if you're gonna have like a general function. You would have to have something like main position offset or move direction position offset or something like that. It would be, and then just other offset 1, other offset 2. I don't know. I don't even know how you would generalize this part, right, to make it readable. I think it's fine to maybe have 3 separate functions. Let's try it out, maybe. think this should be pretty easy for an AI to understand though. Just repeat the exact same structure, but change X to Y. Or X to Z. We'll see. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. Go to the bathroom, get some coffee. Maybe 10. 5 or 10. I'll be right back. yo. Let's see if we got the variants for the y-axis and z-axis working here.
Just in time.
Yeah, put an alarm on my phone actually. I didn't bring the comments. And now we have to change this part. Okay, so he did it here already, but we only move the set direction now. So in X, only move him. In the X direction. Okay. Up and down works. This. Okay, movement works. Oh, unlucky. We dove straight into the block. So the offset. Offset was wrong. Let me move. Okay. Let's see, set and X. It is very weird though. It's like you're getting glued to the block for a bit. That will probably be fixed if I add like the little bounce when you collide, like boom, and then you bounce back a little. So I'm not too worried about it, but how it is right now is that the velocity takes a little bit of time before it resets to go the other way if I collide and then turn around. Meaning now I immediately start moving after I crash. I turn around and I immediately move the other way. And you see it takes a while. And that is because the velocity of the player is not reset to 0 as a crash. So it actually is still going that direction. It's just being stopped here. Okay, so X and Z is fine. I suppose when we are colliding, we could actually reset movement for now. I'm gonna wait a little bit though, because I'm gonna consider for a second if I'm gonna add the bounce effect right away or not. It's interesting that the updates keep running. When I'm not moving, I'm guessing the AI didn't bring the check here. No, it did. If velocity is 0, velocity is 0. Huh. And where are these coming from? Weird. It stopped now. I guess it was just taking a long time to stop moving, maybe. Yeah, it's not updating anymore. Okay. So when we go downwards, that's when it was failing. It goes into the block. Okay. Let me be free. Let's try to check colliding upwards as well. Schmeck, schmeck, schmeck. Ah, am I too far away? Okay. Upwards is the same problem. Okay, so up and down, the logic didn't hold. So let's take a look at the initial boundaries here. The start position should be correct, but the target position is probably wrong. No, it doesn't quite make sense, does it? Does Y here? That's good. Yeah. 2 in, that's correct. Okay, so it might have something to do with players spanning multiple voxels. Hmm. I think I just have to draw it out a little. Let's say we're moving down. We're moving down. Then start is here. And end is here. I can actually draw it right on top. Start. End. Or min-max, I guess. So the first voxel we're gonna be considering is this one, where the top of the player is. And if we're gonna compare the collision with this voxel and this part of the collider, that's obviously not gonna work, right? So that is a problem, I guess. I should maybe do that for these things as well. How do I get the current voxel? Okay. Just like I said, from top to bottom. And why did it... I'm starting to think maybe... Because what I'm doing now is I'm getting the corner, the minimum corner, and then the max... I'm gonna do this in another color. I'm getting the min corner, the max corner, plus the velocity. So let's say the velocity is this big. Then this. And then I have my boundary box, like this. But if I'm moving in this direction, I don't really have to care about this part, do I? Like, this part should never be in a solid block anyway. Unless something really weird happened. And if this part somehow did get stuck in a solid block, please let it move. So what I'm thinking now is that I could start the boundary box. When I'm moving downwards, I could actually start the boundary box here. And then just add the movement for the end of the boundary box. So the boundary box would actually look like this. The box where I'm checking the solid or not solid, the voxels. So that means start position. When we're moving downwards, the start position is this line on the player, the bottom. And the end position is when we add the velocity down here. Then when we go upwards, when we go, where was I? Here. Yes, here we're moving upwards. So when we move upwards, the start position is indeed here. This line, that's this. And the end position is that line plus velocity. Okay. And I think I'm gonna do that for X and Z as well. There we go. Awesome. Bam. Bam. And get some pickaxe upgrades and check it from other side as well. This is only working for the pickaxe. Okay. We go under here. Bonk. And we can move. Okay, nice. Man. It feels good to have something working for collision after all this struggling. I'm sure it's not perfect yet, but it's definitely a lot better. So, like here, if I go down, yeah. Here we can visualize it very well that the movement keeps building up while I'm holding W into the wall. When I go down, see, I immediately fly at top speed instead of slowly building up. So that makes it also so it feels like very weird when I try to move away from the wall. So now the question is, do I add a bounce effect, which basically tells us when we hit the wall, we go, well, a little bit back? Or do I keep it extra simple and just say when we hit the wall, the velocity is 0 in this direction I'm hitting the wall immediately? Meaning that if I then turn around, I can immediately move. And if I build up speed by hitting the wall and then go down so I can start moving forward, I will start at velocity 0 as well. Yes. But before I forget, I'm gonna implement the same logic when it comes to the colliders for X and Z as well. For X, start position, we're moving in negative X, then we're gonna have negative. The left side of the collider. And then left side plus velocity, yes. And when we're moving to the right, then we want positive side of the X plus the velocity. Now we do the same for that. Negative, positive. Let me try it out. We get some pickaxe upgrades. We don't have to be here all day. Nice. So next, the movement reset. Solid block found, right? Here. If it's the case that the solid block is found when we're done moving, then we're gonna reset the movement to 0, velocity to 0. Blah 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 blah, clamp movement. move the player, and then if solid block found, we're gonna set the player velocity set to 0. Set movement to 0 if a wall is hit. The end of movement. Okay. That was set. And it's Y. And X. Now, if I crash into a wall and change direction, it should be much smoother. Yeah. Now we're talking. And if I do this and build up speed, I shouldn't be building up speed. Yeah. Good. Perfect. Very good. These flickers are bothering me. Should write it on a to-do list. In my OneNote. High priority. Flickering blocks from multimesh. Blocks that have just come into line of sight might show up as white squares for a millisecond. For 1 frame, I guess. Before being properly loaded. Could be the shader data. That's not loaded yet. I mean, the mesh is loaded, right? Because you have you get the white flicker. So that white flicker is probably the mesh itself that shows up without the shader properly loaded. Be the mesh showing without the shader data loaded yet. And that's also a question, like, will it happen in the same position over and over, or will it only happen once? Like, maybe it doesn't bother loading the shaders of stuff like behind the wall before it needs to. Yeah, I was here before and now it doesn't show. Oh, there was a white flicker. Okay. Now let's see if we can reproduce it over and over. Yeah, I think we can. Yeah, okay. So it's not like once. But it does have something to do with line of sight, just when we get line of sight of it. Okay. So that was the collision for the player. Now we just need to make sure we have collision. Well, the player still needs. Either we need to add voxels on top here, or what I'm considering doing, which might seem a bit silly. But what I'm considering is from this height here, basically. I would maybe turn on the normal move and slide so that I collide with these things again. I'm not sure yet. Because the thing with the voxels is that it's a bit more complicated if I have like this shape, for example. Like it would be annoying to add that shape into a collider in voxels. Headshot. Headshot. Yeah. Is on ground doesn't work with this for the jumping. Not that I need to have the functionality of jetpack being turned off though. But I could I could quite easily add jumping here, I guess. Like, let me out of the game. Like all I would have to do is down here, and if solid block in Y, I would do player is on floor, basically. What is the normal variant called? Is on floor, okay. But that, then I would have to. That would only be true if I'm moving downwards, though. So this part is a bit annoying because with the jetpack, I could just cancel jumping with jetpack, of course. Because the thing is, with the jetpack, then if I would have jumping with the jetpack, I would need to write a lot of code in order to check if the player basically is super close to a solid voxel below. The reason why it's not enough to do negative movement is because the player can like stand on a block like this and then stop moving down. He should still be able to jump if he's on the block, right? So then I would have to check if he's on the block, basically, before I jump. But if I'm doing it only when the jetpack is off, it's another story because then the velocity will always be negative because of gravity. And then I would have to have two else statements actually. What's more readable? Double else or this? If not solid block or solid block found and y step is 1. Hard to tell. Player is on floor. Jump. Jetpack active. Jetpack on. Okay. And some ugly code, I think. Could see if it works though. Then we need to check our jump function. And player is on floor. Nah. Doesn't work. Could be that it keeps building up negative velocity though. Shouldn't though, because it's resetting every frame. So this check exists because I should be able to jump with the jetpack. Man, there's a lot of these. Player is on floor checks. There we go. How it works. It worked with the jetpack as well. Or? No. Only if I stand first and then jump. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. So I'm allowed to walk on air if I leave a block without the jetpack on. Hmm. Gravity when not on floor and jetpack is off. So player is on floor. And not jetpack on. Player is on floor. Here. So what's happening is that the velocity is set to 0. So there's no further updates from this position. Hmm. I really shouldn't bother with this, but whatever. Okay, so is on floor is probably what is not updating correctly. Why step? It's just an integer. Mhm. Solid block found. Currently, solid block is found. Okay, so it doesn't run updates. Whether I'm standing on a block or not. Just from the gravity moving. Gravity. But gravity is only applied when the player is not on the floor. That's why. I reset it to 0 every frame. So let me see. If a solid block is found, I reset the Y velocity every frame. So the gravity is not gonna build. Hopefully. Okay, there we go. Now it's fixed. And now it's been a while, so I would fall super duper fast straight away if the gravity was building and didn't. Okay, cool. Jumping works. The only thing now it's if you go down with jetpack, you're not gonna be able to jump, but that doesn't matter really, does it? I don't know. Mhm. Now what? So we have player collision, now we can do collision from other objects, like for example falling pieces from the mining blocks. And those have additional logic attached to them for like freeze or basically I don't want the mining objects to keep trying to move down every frame. So once the mining objects lands on the floor here, I want them to fall to rest. But if it falls to rest and it stops trying to move downwards, that means that when the mining block is removed, then the object is not gonna fall. So in order to fix this, things that interact with the mining blocks will have to send signals to pebbles nearby that they should check if they are able to fall now or not. That would, for example, you could have like a pickaxe hitting here, and zone can be pretty big, doesn't matter. Zone around the pickaxe that tells like every pebble you can try to move now. And like this one, it will fall quickly back to rest because it won't be able to move. And this one will keep falling then until it meets a new resting spot. So far so good, right? But now the question is like, what about collision between pebbles? If these things should collide with each other, let's say for example, we have 3 pebbles like this. This can only happen if the pebbles can collide with each other. I'm gonna check something. I put freeze on a rigid body 3D, and other rigid bodies still detect collisions with them. E.g. a pebble freeze on the ground and it stops moving. Will a pebble falling on top of it recognize it's there, or will it fall straight through? I understand that the pebble from top won't push the bottom pebble no matter what while freeze is active. I understand, I assume. Okay, so frozen rigid body participates in collision detection. The falling pebble will collide with it normally. It will not fall through. The pebble will not be pushed while frozen. Okay. So we have a couple of options. For the pebbles colliding. The one is that we could, for example, say when a pebble collides with another pebble, then we could do like then we could do a check, or we could wake up the pebble below so that it could be pushed aside. And when the pebbles again fall to rest, then all of them freeze. So what I mean is signal on collide, wake up, on stopped moving, freeze, freeze again. That allows pebbles to interact with each other and then fall to rest eventually, right? So if a pebble falls on the pebble on top and wakes it up, that pebble will then collide with the 2 below. If it's already colliding with the 2 below, then I'm not sure I might have to call like a reset on it. Like reset the collider list, and then maybe it will do it. But also, this is if I'm gonna keep the physics collisions active, right? Because it might not be a good idea to use 2 collision systems for the pebbles. Like, just look at the player right now. The player needs like a separate movement system where it's gonna have voxel collisions, and then it's gonna have normal physics collisions. So if I'm gonna use physics collisions on the player above the ground, I will actually have to have like a threshold where I turn on those type of collisions. I wonder what would happen actually if I just called move and slide. No, then I would have to update the velocity, I guess. And then move and slide. How would that work? I suppose should Okay, so now I crash with other stuff again because I'm calling move and slide. The movement is very buggy though, right now. Okay. I collide with this, I collide with this. Okay. Let me just see if the movement feels good if I do this for all of them. I think I should actually also forcefully update the position so that the player doesn't end up inside. Because with this new system, I think he might end up inside the block again. Not sure. Maybe the deltas are able to prevent it. Clear velocity. Clear dot move and slide. Clear velocity. Your move and slide. So now he calls move and slide. Three times, so he moves very fast. Yeah, because the velocity is added like this. I guess I would have to set the velocity equals. Yeah, and then he can't move at all. Yeah. It gets really weird when you're gonna add like multiple collision systems together. Like the issue as well, right, is that when we're doing the Minecraft voxel movement, whatever, Minecraft voxel movement is like you do separate X, Y, and Z movement. You do them one at a time to avoid corner clipping or something like that. So movement involving move and slide should be like you add the velocity in all the directions. So you have like the movement vector, and then you just execute movement in one go. I haven't tested it on the voxels myself. I just read about it, that it's not a good idea. That it's much more stable to do X, Y, and Z separately with the voxel movement or collisions. Like what I could do, right, is set the threshold here that I make this block here a voxel collider as well. And when the player gets above ground, so above this line basically, At that point, I could turn on like normal move and slide. That's an option. Then I would have completely normal physics collisions when I'm above ground, and I don't have to make voxel collision for everything. So where is my script here? Movement. Here, move. Here I could then actually do if player position is the bottom of the player. Player bottom collider is like player global position plus voxel collider. How do I? Yeah, like this. Should be a flow. This dot y. If it's larger than 0.0, player move and slide. Else this could group this as voxel movement as well. But yeah. Here we see it's a bit weird actually because we're colliding so high. But yeah, colliders are working at least now. Above the ground. And if you go down below, they're still working. But what's happening in reality is that we use two different movement systems. Like here, we don't have voxels yet, so here we're gonna be able to go through. But as soon as we go above ground, we're gonna have the collision. I'm not sure why the ground is recognized. Be so high up. Oh, I can see the edges here is a bit larger. Kind of box is that? Is this gonna help or not? No. Am I gonna get through the middle still? Yes. Ah, but it's this colliders, voxel colliders too big, I guess. But if the voxel collider was so big, why did it work so well then? Huh? Now I am scared. What's gonna happen if I resize it? Huh. And now the player goes into the wall. And the floor. What was up with that? How? Well, I guess the voxel collider doesn't actually have to collide with anything. Can even be disabled, I guess. But will it be able to get the shape and stuff if it's disabled? Yeah, apparently. Oh, you can view through the blocks. Maybe have you stop a bit further away from the block then? So you can't view through it. Yeah, but that fixes the collider problem here, I can see. Guess we can do... Like we couldn't jump on the normal ground now. In physics process. See, when do we normally jump? Here. Okay, so player is on floor. Ooh. Double jump. Oh. And that fixed it. I can bug through the floor sometimes, I notice. But I think that will be fixed if I add a voxel collider to the floor, as well as the normal collider. Okay. Right. We haven't set up anything for multiplayer yet either. Oh. I wonder if you can do something similar to multimesh for animated enemies.
How's it going?
Hey Kurt. I think we got pretty far with the movement. Everything is so far single player though, but what I did is above ground, like above this level right here, like above here, it is going to be like normal collisions, physics collisions, I think. Then I'll make this thing or whatever section in between the normal collision and voxel collision here. I'm gonna make this voxel collider probably. And down here there's only voxel collisions. That's how I set it up now anyways, but it's probably a good idea to keep the collision system in the game. Down to like only voxel or only colliders. Problem is I have so many enemies, you know. And like I mean I have so much stuff going on with physics collider above ground. So that's why it's just easier to make above ground physics colliders. But yeah, the collisions are working pretty well now in the mine. We are colliding. You can stand on stuff, you can crash into stuff in all directions. The movement feels nice. Or normal. Oh. I'm writing down stuff.
Are bombs working?
No. I'm writing stuff down now that I can work on, so I can pick something. So mining raycast needs to traverse between chunks of blocks. It doesn't do that at the moment. And that's like an edge case thing. Voxel collisions for pebbles, so the stuff that drop from the rocks. I have to make that.
Hello, voice.
Yes, it's a great voice. Yeah, voxel collisions for drops from the mining blocks, voxel collisions for the mining bomb. The mining bomb, new mining bomb, functionality with voxels. Targeting, I should say. Like the mining bomb was basically how it used to work, is that it would grab all the mining blocks in a certain radius. That's not gonna fly anymore because there's only meshes. I'm gonna have to write it to find what voxels are in range and then just iterate over them to deal damage. And I was talking earlier about how the pebbles, maybe I'm gonna keep the collision system that exists in the physics collider in Godot for the pebbles to crash with each other and then just add the functionality of them stopping at voxels on top of that. And make a little script for them resting when they stop moving and when they signals for when they should wake up to not create lag if there's like millions of these things lying around. And when I re-added like all of these things and particle effects, for mining, explosion, and broken blocks, then I should look at how to put everything back into multiplayer. Ah, it's such an overwhelming task. It's basically like redoing several weeks of work. If I was guaranteed that the end result would be really good, then it would be very motivating. But I have no idea if this is going to work out. Maybe I have to scrap it in the end. At least it's good to see that the collision system it's working pretty well. That gives me hope. And I do have a general idea of how I will do the function calls and stuff in multiplayer. Hopefully it won't be a big deal. Wednesday today. If I'm able to do a couple of more hours of work, and then do like 8 to 10 hours Thursday and Friday, and maybe 6 hours Saturday. Then I think it's likely that I'm done with the top 3 maybe. I'll aim to finish the mining raycast traversal between chunks today. Now it's been 4 hours or something. I'm gonna take a lunch break, half an hour. Then I'll come back and try the mining raycast traversal between chunks. So I'll be back in 30 minutes. I'll add a little timer on the screen. See you soon. Yo. Let's try to get this mining raycast traversal working. You have to get the chunk next to the current chunk. Call raycast. Define the first solid block local. The main, like the hardest part, I guess, will be to set up the ray start local, and I think it's gonna be quite easy to get neighboring chunk depending on if you're crossing X, Y, or Z. So, yeah.
Oh hi.
Yo, Bartwee, how are you doing? Welcome.
Good. Also working on my game.
Cool. What kind of game are you making?
At Bartwee High, what are creating? Asterisk U.
What am I creating? I'm creating a game a bit like Dome Keeper, with like Minecraft blocks that you mine. And you will defend your base against waves of enemies using weapons which are a bit inspired by Megabunk that are attached to you and shoot nearby enemies. Right now I'm working on spawning the blocks and the collision system with the blocks.
Also a voxel game, wanting to make a voxel Starbound, a few years into it so far.
Oh really? You have been working a long time on it? Hobby or full time?
Used to be full-time, but ran out of money.
It's gonna be me. So, do you have like little teaser or something, like a video, or do you have a theme page demo or something you want to show off? Stelumi Gamescom 2025. Let me turn off the music.
A Starbound, this could have been such a great game. Especially when the automation mod creator joined the team.
Yeah, that looks really good.
I used to work on Starbound, but left in 2014, winky face.
Really? Starbound. As you create different rooms with different upgrades for your ship, I guess. You explore the universe to get items for your ship. Nice. I really like the look of a lot of things in the game, especially these minerals and stuff. I should grab some. I should grab some inspiration.
This
It's
looks
a
like the dead game project. I think it was Voxelnauts called.
voxel nodes. That the one I'm looking at now, or Starbound? Anyways, this one gives a lot of hightail vibes.
Yup, John Su from Voxelnauts contributed to Steelamy.
Hmm.
And yeah, part of the team left when Heidel get revived. Which programming language? C# and C equals plus. C++.
Oh, it is a really cool trailer. Do you think, like, you're within a year of maybe publishing, or is it very difficult to say at this time?
One year? Only if I can hire the team I want full time.
Do you think integration will be smooth with the new team? Like, if you get the money to hire everyone, you might be able.
Nice, nice. Beautiful to see not all is lost from Voxelnauts. But what influence has had Starbound on it?
Do you think the new team will be able to integrate into your project well? Like, is it easy, you think, to throw new people into the project that has been going for many years? Or is it going to be like 1 to 2 months of just getting them into the project? I don't know. I've never worked on games with the group before. I don't know how easy it is to jump into a new project that has been going for a while.
Well, if it is the people I have worked with before, it'll go great. New people I haven't worked with? No idea.
Like that, you're considering the people you worked with already. If that's possible, that would be good, probably. Yeah.
But yeah, that trailer was to get publisher funding, but the market has collapsed entirely.
I see. I suppose it will be important for you guys to distinguish yourself from Hightail if you're launching a trailer. Like, have some elements that is something unique. But looking at the game, of course, you see that it's not Hightail immediately. all from the movement to the graphic to the type of monsters. Like this, it is completely different, even though it's a block game.
Only for the trained eye, for the general public it is identical.
So do you have like specific mechanics or something you can highlight which distinguish yourself? Or is that something you would have to consider if you want to add or not? Not on Steam yet, I guess, as a demo or anything.
No, the focus is on the content and designs, not on novel mechanics.
I see. Did you? I have a question for you. I'm currently designing collision for my game, right? And my game was fully physics based until now. And now I'm trying to convert it a lot into voxel collisions. How is it in your game? Do you use both? Or do you use only voxels? Or do you use only physics collisions? I'm afraid of walking into a trap and doing like a lot of work that I'm gonna throw away because it's not gonna work out, you know.
Not sure how those differ? All cubes around the player generate collision shapes.
Okay, so I would maybe call that like the physics collision then. Like the collision system I'm trying to make right now doesn't use any collision shapes. It just uses math. Stores like the position of the blocks in a array, and the player checks if he's about to enter a solid block in that array when he moves around. There's no actual physics.
It's all math, smiley face.
True. But it was definitely easier when I just added a collision shape to a block and I put the mask to hit the player instead of writing it in script.
But yet I on the fly generate static colliders around moving physics objects.
I see. Yeah. I hope within the week I will be done with most of the colliding stuff. And then move on to the video effects, re-adding those. And finally making it multiplayer again. Worst case scenario, I lost like 2 or 3 weeks of work. I think it's gonna be the worst case. It's not the end of the world. Like 100 hours, yeah, 140 hours maybe. But hopefully it will work. Key or default? Key or default? Hmm. Okay. Okay. Now I have to try to imagine how the local positions and stuff will be translated when I change cubes in either direction. Like, what I immediately think is that if we traverse cubes in the x direction, um, the, the y and the z positions are going to stay the same locally. Let's say that we go right here, for example, traverse the cube here. Then the height, y, will be the same. And let's say that this is x. And this distance will be the same as well. Z will be the same. We only have to care about the local, changing the local position of the direction we're crossing the cube with. Hmm.
The bit that hurt me the most is the internal collisions from the sides of the cubes that touch each other. Much pain, very wow.
Bit that hurt the most was the internal collisions from the sides of the cubes that touch each other. But yeah, like unless the cubes are gonna fall if they don't touch each other, a lot of them don't have to be on the same collision layer as other cubes, right? As long as the pickaxe and the player can hit them.
This is more about ground and wall sliding.
Ground and wall sliding. I'm not sure what that means. I'm a bit new to game dev, so. I did notice. I have the same with the drops that I have in my game. They are colliding with each other. So I can feel that on the FPS if there's a lot of them.
Wall sliding means you move to the left or right if you are not perpendicular to the wall.
Okay. I didn't see the language you were using. I think you said it earlier, C++. Okay. I'm not sure which engine you use though, but like Godot has the move and slide function. It should take care of that stuff. You just have the player collide with the cube, I think. I don't think the cubes have to collide with each other. Like they can be next to each other, but I mean they don't have to be on this. They don't have to. The cube mask collision doesn't have to look for other cubes if that was the problem. Yeah, because internal collisions from the sides of the cubes that touch each other. Still not sure if you need the cubes to collide with each other for the wall sliding to work. I'm probably misunderstanding it though. What you mean?
The issue is that when a third collider moves along the ground, and glides from one cube to the next, it can touch the second cube from the side, causing weird physics, but perhaps Godot has this resolved for you.
Ah, now I understand. Now I understand what you mean. Did you try having the colliders slightly overlap? Like having the colliders like 1.01 of the size of the block so that they are overlapping. Maybe then you will have less problems with the player getting them from the side when they're aligned like that. I don't know. That's something you guys tried. If the game is a bit confused, if the player is slightly inside the wall as well, since he is like touching the second cube from the side, you could also clamp the player movement to exactly the edge of the cube to never go in the cube. Just write a little piece of code maybe when the player collides with cubes that he doesn't go past the position where he exactly collides with the cube. I don't know. I did that for my voxels. Oh, yeah, and another thing they do in Minecraft, at least, I read about this when I made my movement. This is maybe exactly the issue that they were trying to solve with their movement. That they actually don't have like a singular vector that they apply the force to. They apply the force first in the x direction, then in the y direction, and then in the z direction. They apply the movement in that order because of like wall clipping and corner clipping and things like that. It's apparently it solves that. So you could see if the issue disappears as well if you you separate the movement into those three, x, y, z, one at a time. At least that's what Google told me when I was checking how movement worked in Minecraft. I don't know if that is applicable to your game. Again, you worked on this for like several years. I barely started, so I'm probably saying a lot of stupid stuff, but I just read about it, so maybe there's some new information that I got now by reading on it that you didn't have when you started or something. So I thought I would share anyways, just in case. Enough rambling. Let's take a look at this.
Yeah, I've been stumbling around these things for 15 YRS now, smiley face.
Yeah, you got a lot of experience then. For sure. Hmm. So if we cross in the minus x direction, we're going to enter at the absolute maximum x value of the next chunk. And the max value max local position should be chunk size multiplied by mining block size. And then we just do a tiny offset. So we're sure we start inside the chunk, not go back into this one. And minimum local position. X starts at 0, so we just do so if we cross here, return 3. We cross in minus x, we're gonna end up at max x. That's max local position. Then for the other two, we will do just the current raycast position. This one, it's minimum. We cross in the x direction. We're gonna end up at the lowest x point, right at the border. Min local position. Okay. So that's it for crossing on the X borders. Now let's handle crossing at the Y border. Start with crossing downwards again. Maybe I should flip it. Go up. That's min location here. And this. Okay. This is a bunch of if-else statements that runs. It doesn't run often though. I believe it only runs like once every second when you're mining specifically, and you're exactly at the threshold between two chunks, which is only every 20 blocks. It's pretty rare. It doesn't matter if it's a bit not that heavy either, a few if-else statements. I think it's fine. But maybe it could be more readable if I figured out a smarter way to write this. That could be. Sure. For sure. It would be more optimized to set position up here and call the function up here as well. The trade-off then would be that we would duplicate the code a few places. But there would be a little less checks every frame. That would be the trade-off. This is easier for debugging and stuff, because it's all in one spot. Okay. New chunk offset. Next chunk offset. Okay. This one is probably complaining because there's no like default return. Would it accept me returning null, I wonder? No. Do you also stream sometimes, Barch? We would be fun to see like how such a developed project looks and how it is to work on it when it's gotten that far.
Years ago I streamed a lot, but not anymore. Hard to have the space and time with kids in the house.
I get that. My sister is having a kid these days. She's at the hospital right now, so we are babysitting her other kid in the meantime. Well, my mom is helping out as well, which is why I'm working right now. How old are your kids? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer.
The kids are teens now.
Teens, yeah. So in a few years, maybe you will have a bit more time. Depends how long they stay in the house, I guess. Yeah, this should go in front, I guess. Let's do one down. One this direction. and one this direction. Then I should be able to test all directions by going back and forth. Start debugging. Yeah. Meet here. Um, Unlucky. Did you mine? How did you mine air? This one is supposedly removed, but it's still there? No. The mining pickaxe targeted air by accident. Okay. Looks like if I don't release the button, it doesn't update what it's mining, maybe? Yes, it did. Mm, Okay. Let's go straight here. Okay, now it bugs. Huh? Looks like the bug is in the code I just created. Because it's when you traverse blocks. What am I trying to mine? Mm. Local 000. Okay, that's fine. Restart local 2.32. That's X. 39 Y 32 Z. How does this one look, for example? Thirty-nine, 33, 2.4. Forty. 40, 22. Okay, so this is the X direction that we are mining now. So this is like X39 right here of the previous block, and this is X1 of the new chunk. Let's see. We're at the end and we didn't find any block. That's the distance though, right? And here we're trying to mine air. Start inside local 2.6. So that's the current block we are in. Can I like do one hit? Gonna move a little. Okay. Let's see. So it is trying to mine air. Index 5579. What is this converted to XYZ? Yeah, that's the one I use. He needs to know the chunk size. The chunk size is 20. I think it's 20 at least. World. Block spawner. Chunk size 20. Nineteen, 18, 13. Okay. 19, 18, 13. Okay, that's good. Because I did something weird, so I like doubled up the numbers here. I see instead of 19, it's like 38. Instead of 13, it's 27. But yeah, whatever. The point is that I start inside like a low number. This is equivalent to like 1.2. But the number that I try to mine is 19. So I am starting on this chunk, but I am trying to mine this block. But for some reason it returned air then. Okay. First, let's double check what function we are calling here. Mining block. Mining block chunk. Raycast. First solid block local. And I think it's a good sign it's called twice there, as long as it's called once here. Yeah, here it's called once. And if I do it here, called twice, and that's good because that means it starts in this chunk, and then when it's about to traverse into this chunk, it gets called again on that chunk. That means we're getting all the way here. It returns an integer. Does it actually return the block array index? Interesting. Okay. So how world position to block index? Let's take a look at the mining and see what it actually does. The voxel mining. It gets the chunk that we are currently in. Or near. Okay, because I can mine from outside the chunk, right? Okay. I can mine from outside the chunk. Yeah. A chunk containing array segment. So here we go. Ray cast first solid. Block world. If we're not hitting any type of block, we return -1. And it's a block index that gets returned. Okay, we're mining the block index. Okay. So we are basically just returning the block index, aka the position, XYZ position down into a 1D array. Is it this exact function? First solid block world is what we are calling. And here we do first solid block local. You kind of wonder though if the bugs I've seen is got something to do with the fact that I accidentally replace a block with the air block or something instead of just removing it. Could be something like that. Gonna spawn in a bit more air. And I'm gonna find point between two of these. Ah, there's no, here there's air. Perfect. Right here. Okay. Here, now I'm mining from one chunk to another. Mine range. I think it crashed maybe. Unlucky. Did it keep running this, I guess? Every frame. Guess it should have wait. Hmm. Can I do it like this? Something like that. Okay. Let us see. Right here. Yup. No, there's still a recursion even with the await. Okay. Hmm. Might be a good endpoint though. Debug a little tonight maybe. Um,
Starting soon, TM, almost done.
my brake is still go on the corner. Oops. Good spot. Well, we still didn't finish, so we have to continue the mining raycast traversal between chunks tomorrow, unless there's a really small debug or something I can do tonight. We'll see. It was cool of you to join the stream for so long, Bart. And of course, Curtin Stone ID as always. I'm gonna look for if there's someone fun online that we can raid as I go get dinner with my family. So
I appreciate someone working on a stream, makes it easier to work myself.
I'm glad to hear it, Bart. Feel free to stop by again tomorrow if you want. I'm glad to have your input as well, since you have so much experience with a similar game. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Okay, create the dashboard. Let's see. Raid browser. Is there someone I know online? Megabot game dev. Grumble of Pugs. Is that a nice stream? I think it was. I stopped by there once and threw a follow. The
True.
Alright. Well, let's check out his channel. See you later, guys.
//
Hey, Swavel. How's it going?
Hey, man.
Hey, it's us again. Hey, Stoned, how's it going? How was your stream, Swavel? Swabby? Sorry. Swabble. Swabby, how was your stream? What were you working on? Or doing? Okay, by adding all of that, or by adding these extra options, I may have messed up some tutorial stuff, but that's okay. Yeah, I did. Dang it. We're just doing some small updates here and there. Suave. Swibby. Suave. Reworking block spawns in my game. I'm slowly getting a working collision system. Slight progress today. Nice. Congrats. I've done... You know, I'm not even really sure what I've done. Fixed some bugs. Going through all the things that I need to get done to get another demo out, because everything's all... I've been working on so many different things at once that I can't really update until